Hello there, my nighttime companions. Welcome to Sleep with the Fishes, where we dive into the shadowy world of organized crime, weaving tales of intrigue, power, and the complex web of loyalty and betrayal. As you settle in for the night, let these stories of notorious figures and legendary heists guide you into a restful slumber. Before we embark on tonight's journey through the underworld, I invite you to join our growing family by subscribing and liking the video. Your support helps us continue crafting these captivating tales that lull you to sleep. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, and let's explore the hidden corners of the criminal world together. Sweet dreams, and remember, in the world of crime, nothing is ever as it seems. Tonight, we travel to the green hills of Colombia. We are going to explore a story you think you know, the story of Pablo Escobar. But we will not dwell on the usual images of chaos and fire. Instead, we will trace the story back to its very beginning. We will explore the world that created the man. A world so different from your own, so devoid of the comforts you now enjoy, that surviving even a single day would have been a relentless struggle. So breathe in deeply and let the story begin. Let the sound of my voice be a gentle guide, leading you down a long and winding path. A path that begins not with a kingpin, but with a boy from Rionegro. Segment 1. A child's ambition. The boy from Rionegro. Breathe in and imagine the air. It's thin here and cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and the faint, sweet perfume of coffee blossoms. We are in the highlands of Antioquia, a region of Colombia defined by its rugged emerald green mountains. The year is 1949. This is a world painted in shades of green and brown. The roads are unpaved, turning to thick red mud in the frequent rains. The houses are simple, often constructed from adobe and wood, with tin roofs that sing a soft, drumming lullaby during a downpour. The rhythm of life here is tied to the land, to the seasons, to the rising and setting of the sun. It is a life of hard, honest work that rarely leads to wealth, but provides a deep, if sometimes strained, connection to the soil. In the small town of Rionegro, a boy is born. Pablo Emilio Escobar Gaviria. He is not born into a dynasty of crime. He is not born with a silver spoon or a path to power laid out before him. His father, Abel de Jesus Dari Escobar, is a farmer. Imagine this man. His hands are calloused, his face weathered by the sun. His days begin before dawn, tending to cattle. His life a repeating cycle of planting and harvesting. He is a man of the earth, quiet, perhaps resigned to the modest life fate has handed him. He represents a certain kind of Colombian reality, a life of subsistence, of honorable struggle with little reward, a life of permanence, but not of progress. Now, imagine his mother, Hermilda Gaviria. She is a school teacher. In this world, that is a position of considerable respect. She comes from a family with a slightly more prominent background, with distant ties to politics and a legacy of literacy and ambition. Where Pablo's father saw the world as a plot of land to be worked, his mother saw it as a ladder to be climbed. She looked at her son, at young Pablo, and she didn't just see a farmer's boy, she saw potential. She would later tell people, with a mother's fierce pride, that she knew her son was special, that he could be anything he wanted to be, perhaps even she would whisper, "The President of Colombia." This is the first fundamental tension in Pablo's life. The push and pull between two opposing forces. The humble, cyclical world of his father, and the ambitious, linear vision of his mother. He spent his early years on his father's land, in a small rustic home in a place called El Tablazo. He understood the language of the countryside, the hard work, the lack of return. And he watched his mother in her small schoolhouse, wielding the power of words, of ideas, of shaping young minds. He saw that true influence came not just from tilling the soil, but from shaping the world around you. And from a very early age, he quietly, decisively chose his mother's path. He rejected the future his father represented. To understand the boy, you must first understand the nation he was born into. Colombia, in the 1940s and 50s, was not a peaceful place. It was a country tearing itself apart. A period known simply and starkly as la violencia, the violence, had begun. It was a brutal, undeclared civil war between the country's two main political parties, the liberals and the conservatives. This was not a war of grand armies and clear front lines. It was a deeply personal, intimate, and horrifying conflict fought in the towns and villages, in the hills and valleys, just like the ones where Pablo lived. Neighbors turned on neighbors. Machetes, not just rifles, were the weapons of choice. The violence was a constant, low-grade fever in the background of everyday life. There were unspoken rules, places you couldn't go, people you couldn't trust. Stories would circulate in hushed tones of atrocities committed in the next town over. For a young, observant boy like Pablo, this environment was a powerful teacher. It taught him several fundamental lessons that would form the bedrock of his entire worldview. First, it taught him that the state, the official government in the distant capital of Bogota, was weak. It could not protect its own citizens. It could not enforce its own laws in the rugged countryside. Power, he saw, did not truly reside in government buildings. It resided with the men who had the will to take it, to enforce their own order with fear and force. Second, la violencia normalized brutality. When you grow up surrounded by the casual acceptance of violence as a tool for political and personal gain, it ceases to be shocking. It becomes just another method, another option on the table. The moral lines that might seem so clear to us in our safe and ordered world were blurred into a murky gray for a child of la violencia. And third, it taught him that allegiances were everything. In a world of chaos, you survived by belonging to a group, by having people who were loyal to you and to whom you were loyal. This understanding of loyalty, forged in the fires of civil conflict, would later become the central pillar of the cartel he would build. As he grew, the family moved from the rural quiet of Rionegro to the bustling, sprawling suburb of Medellín, Envigado. For a boy from the countryside, the city was a revelation. It was a maze of noise, of opportunity, of anonymity. The scent of coffee blossoms was replaced by the smell of diesel fumes, street food, and industry. Here, a young man could reinvent himself. Pablo was never a gifted student in the traditional sense. He was quiet, watchful, and deeply intelligent, but his intelligence was not the kind that flourished in a classroom. It was a street intelligence, a predator's instinct for weakness and opportunity. He and his cousin, Gustavo Gaviria, who would become his lifelong partner in crime, were inseparable. They roamed the streets of Medellín, absorbing the rhythms of the city's underbelly. They started small, as all ambitious young men do. They ran small scams. They allegedly sold fake lottery tickets. They rented out comic books. These were the simple hustles of restless teenagers. But Pablo was already thinking bigger. He saw the world around him as a system of flows, of money, of goods, of power, and he wanted to divert those flows toward himself. His first serious criminal enterprise was, according to legend, a particularly symbolic one. He began stealing tombstones from municipal cemeteries. He and his small crew would haul away the heavy marble slabs, sand off the names of the dead, and recarve them for new grieving families at a discounted price. Imagine yourself in the cool, damp stillness of a cemetery at night. The air thick with the scent of wilting flowers and wet earth. The quiet is absolute, broken only by the scrape of stone on stone. This act, more than any other, reveals the core of Pablo's burgeoning philosophy. It is an act of profound disrespect for the past, for memory, for sacred things. It is purely pragmatic. A tombstone is just a piece of marble. A name is just a set of letters. If you can erase one and carve another for profit, you do it. He was literally erasing history to make a living. It was a powerful metaphor for the man he would become, someone who saw the world not for what it was, but for what it could be exploited for. From tombstones, he graduated to stealing cars. And from there, he found his true calling in the world of contrabando, smuggling. In the 1970s, Colombia was a protectionist economy. The government placed massive taxes on imported foreign goods to protect local industries. This created a huge and fantastically profitable black market for things that ordinary people wanted but couldn't afford. American cigarettes, foreign liquor, and especially stereo equipment and home appliances. This was Pablo's university. The smuggling trade taught him everything he needed to know to run a multinational corporation. He learned about logistics, how to move a product from point A to point B without it being seized. He learned about corruption, how to bribe police, customs officials, and politicians. He discovered the power of la mordida, the bite, the ubiquitous system of payoffs that made the gears of Latin America turn. He learned that every official had a price and that loyalty could be bought. Imagine a dark, winding mountain road late at night. A truck, heavy with contraband stereos, rumbles through the darkness, its headlights cutting through the fog. A police checkpoint appears ahead. For an ordinary person, this is a moment of fear. For Pablo Escobar, it was a business negotiation. A calm exchange of words, a thick envelope of cash passed from one hand to another, a wave from the officer, and the truck continues on its way. This was the education of a kingpin. He learned that the law was not a rigid barrier, but a flexible membrane, easily bypassed with the right amount of pressure or money. He became a master of this world. He was known for his calm demeanor, his sharp mind, and his utter reliability. If you wanted contraband, you went to Pablo Escobar. He was building a reputation, a name for himself in the Medellín underworld. He was making good money, far more than he could ever have dreamed of as a boy in Rionegro. He was driving nice cars, wearing nice clothes. He was beginning to feel the first intoxicating taste of real power. But it was a power built on a foundation of wits and bribes. It still lacked the element that he had seen dominate the landscape of his childhood, the element of fear. And that would soon change. The turning point, the moment that elevated him from a successful smuggler to a figure of genuine dread, came in 1971. A wealthy Medellín industrialist named Diego Echevarria Misas was kidnapped and held for ransom. Echevarria was a prominent figure, but he was also unpopular, seen by many in the poorer barrios as an exploiter of the working class. After a ransom of $50,000 was paid, his body was found, discarded in a ditch. The underworld buzzed with rumors. The kidnapping had been too professional, too audacious for the usual street gangs. The whispers all pointed to one man, the up-and-coming smuggler, Pablo Escobar. While never officially proven in a court of law, it was universally understood on the streets that this was his work. The act was a declaration. It was a masterstroke of brutal public relations. By killing Echevarria even after the ransom was paid, Pablo sent a chilling message to the entire elite of Medellín. No one is safe. Your wealth cannot protect you. I can reach you. But by choosing a victim who was disliked by the poor, he also began to cultivate a different image in the slums of the city. To the downtrodden, he wasn't just a murderer. He was a form of justice. A man who took from the rich. This was the very beginning of the Robin Hood myth that he would so carefully cultivate for the rest of his life. In the aftermath of the Echevarria affair, the people of the barrios gave him a new name. They began to call him El Doctor, a term of profound respect. Not a doctor of medicine, but a doctor of the streets. A man who could solve problems. A man of immense and undeniable power. Think of that transformation. The quiet boy from Rionegro, the son of a farmer and a school teacher, was now El Doctor. He had outgrown the world of stolen tombstones and smuggled cigarettes. He had studied the lessons of La Violencia, mastered the curriculum of the contraband trade, and now had completed his final exam in terror. He had built a small but formidable organization. He had logistics. He had a network of corrupt officials. And now he had a reputation for absolute ruthlessness. He had all the component parts of an empire. All he needed was the right product. As the mid-1970s dawned, that product was beginning to appear. It was a white powder, processed from the coca leaves that grew in abundance in Peru and Bolivia. It was making its way north through the smuggling corridors of Colombia, destined for the insatiable appetite of a new market in the United States. It was called cocaine. Pablo Escobar, the boy whose mother dreamed he would be president, stood at a crossroads. He had the ambition, he had the skills, he had the infrastructure, and before him lay an opportunity of such staggering scale, it would make the trade in stolen stereos look like a child's game. He was about to take the next step, a step that would turn his ambition into a billion-dollar shadow, his organization into the most feared cartel on earth, and the green hills of his homeland into a battlefield. The world he had known was about to be washed away in a tidal wave of white powder. And the quiet, watchful boy from Rionegro was about to become the king of it all. For now, just rest. Let these images of green hills and muddy roads, of quiet ambition and burgeoning power, drift in your mind. The story is just beginning. Breathe in and let go. Segment 2. Building the billion-dollar shadow. The world of smuggling The world Pablo Escobar had mastered was about to be fundamentally transformed. The goods he had dealt in, appliances, liquor, cigarettes, were valuable because they were taxed. The new product arriving in his sphere of influence was different. It was valuable simply because it was forbidden. Imagine a simple leaf, the coca leaf. For centuries, it has been a part of the cultural fabric of the Andes. Chewed by farmers, it provides stamina for working at high altitudes. Brewed as a tea, it soothes. It is a gentle, natural part of the rhythm of life for millions. But through a crude and simple chemical process, this leaf could be transformed into a potent white powder. Cocaine hydrochloride. A substance with the power to create fortunes so vast they were previously unimaginable, and to unleash a wave of violence that would bring a nation to its knees. In the early 1970s, the primary processor and trafficker of this powder was the Chilean dictatorship of Augusto Pinochet. But when Pinochet cracked down on the trade, these skilled chemists and traffickers scattered looking for a new home. They found it in Colombia. Colombia was in a way perfectly positioned. It sat at the geographic crossroads of the Americas. To the south lay Peru and Bolivia, the vast green fields where the coca leaf grew in abundance. To the north lay the United States, a nation with a burgeoning, insatiable, and incredibly wealthy appetite for the drug. Colombia itself was the perfect bridge. More than that, it had the human infrastructure. It had a generation of men like Pablo Escobar, men who already knew the smuggling routes, the rutas. They knew the clandestine airstrips hidden in the jungle. They knew which officials could be bought, and for how much. They had the skills, the ambition, and a complete disregard for the official laws of the state. All they needed was to apply their existing business model to this new, exponentially more profitable product. Escobar saw the opportunity with absolute clarity. He didn't invent cocaine trafficking, but he would perfect it on an industrial scale. He approached the business not as a street dealer, but as a CEO. He looked at the entire supply chain, from the leaf to the end user, and sought to control every single link. The first step was sourcing. Escobar and his associates forged relationships with the coca-growing peasant farmers, the cocaleros, in Peru and Bolivia. They offered prices for the raw coca paste, a thick, unrefined sludge that is the first step in the process, that were far beyond what the farmers could earn from any other crop. For a poor farmer struggling to feed his family, the choice was simple. This was not about morality, it was about survival. Escobar guaranteed them a buyer, and in doing so, secured a limitless supply of his raw material. The next step was processing. The coca paste would be flown from Peru and Bolivia to a new, sprawling network of laboratories built deep in the Colombian jungle. Imagine yourself flying over the dense, unbroken canopy of the Amazon rainforest, a sea of green stretching to the horizon. But hidden beneath that canopy were small clearings, invisible from the air. Here, entire villages sprang up, dedicated to a single purpose. These were not gleaming, sterile laboratories. They were crude, makeshift factories, wooden shacks with thatched roofs, housing barrels of chemicals, ether, acetone, hydrochloric acid. The air would be thick with the sharp, acrid smell of the processing. Workers, often poor campesinos, drawn by the promise of steady pay, would work in shifts around the clock, transforming the brown, smelly paste into pure, crystalline flakes of cocaine. It was a simple, repeatable industrial process, hidden away from the world under the protective blanket of the jungle. From these labs, thousands upon thousands of kilograms of finished product would emerge, ready for the most challenging part of the journey, transportation. This is where the genius of the Medellín network truly shone. They developed a multi-pronged system for moving their product north. The primary method, at first, was the small plane. Imagine a Cessna, a simple single-engine aircraft taking off from a muddy, hidden airstrip just long enough for it to get airborne. The plane would be overloaded, flying low over the jungle beneath the reach of radar. The pilots were skilled, daring, and handsomely paid, earning more in a single trip than an honest professional might make in a year. Their first stop was often a staging ground. A key figure in this part of the operation was a man named Carlos Leda. Leda was a fascinating and unstable character, a brilliant logistical mind who was also an ardent admirer of both John Lennon and Adolf Hitler. He bought an entire island in the Bahamas, Norman's Cay. It became the cartel's private hub. Planes from Colombia would land there, refuel, and then make the final, short hop into Florida, dropping their cargo in the swamps of the Everglades, or landing at other secret airstrips. At its peak, the air bridge was so powerful, so constant, that it said a plane carrying cocaine landed in South Florida every few minutes. But Escobar and his partners were constantly innovating. As authorities began to crack down on air traffic, they diversified their methods. They began using the sea. They had cargo ships with hidden compartments, filled with cocaine packed inside television sets, or frozen fish, or fruit pulp. And then came their most audacious innovation, the submarine. These were not military-grade nuclear submarines. They were semi-submersibles, crude but effective vessels built in secret jungle shipyards. Imagine a long, narrow tube, just big enough for a small crew, and a massive cargo of cocaine. It would travel just below the surface, with only a small snorkel and cockpit visible above the waves, making it nearly invisible to radar and patrols. The conditions inside would have been claustrophobic, hot, and terrifying. The crew would be in that metal tube for days on end, navigating the open ocean. It was a testament to the cartel's ingenuity and their limitless funds. They would simply build a new one for every trip, often scuttling the vessel after the cargo was delivered. This vast international operation required coordination. Pablo Escobar, for all his ambition, could not do it alone. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, he joined forces with other major smugglers from Medellín to form a loose but powerful alliance. This was the birth of the infamous Medellín Cartel. It was a board of directors for the largest criminal enterprise in history. There were the Ochoa brothers, Jorge Luis, Juan David, and Fabio. They came from a more established, upper-class family known for horse breeding. They brought a sense of business acumen and a veneer of legitimacy to the operation. They were the aristocrats of the cartel. There was Gonzalo Rodriguez Gacha, known as El Mexicano for his love of Mexican culture. Gacha was the brute force. He was known for his extreme violence and controlled the cartel's muscle, the network of assassins and enforcers. Where Escobar was a cold strategist, Gacha was a man of visceral, explosive brutality. And there was Carlos Leder, the master of transport with his island fortress. Together with Escobar, as the undeniable first among equals, they formed a syndicate that controlled nearly every aspect of the cocaine trade. They set prices, they shared intelligence, they coordinated shipments, and they pooled their resources to protect their business from their one true enemy, the state. The sheer amount of money they generated is difficult to comprehend. By the early 1980s, the Medellín Cartel was supplying an estimated 80% of the cocaine consumed in the United States. They were earning billions upon billions of dollars a year. The flow of cash was so immense, it became a logistical problem in itself. They spent a reported $2,500 a month just on rubber bands to bundle the stacks of bills. Imagine rooms, entire warehouses, filled from floor to ceiling with American currency. The money was smuggled back to Colombia in the same planes that carried the drugs north. It was hidden in the panels of private jets, stuffed into refrigerators and television boxes. Still, there was too much to launder, so they began to simply bury it. Throughout the Colombian countryside, metal drums and plastic barrels filled with millions of dollars were buried in the earth, some of them never to be found again, lost to the damp soil. This wealth allowed Escobar to build an empire. He owned fleets of planes, helicopters, and boats. He owned sprawling estates called haciendas, with private zoos and lavish art collections. He built a personal army of bodyguards and assassins, the sicarios, often recruiting them as teenagers from the poorest slums of Medellín, offering them a life of fast money and power in exchange for absolute loyalty. But this billion-dollar shadow was not built on business acumen alone. It was built on a simple, terrifying philosophy, a phrase that became the unofficial motto of the cartel: plata o plomo, silver or lead. It was a business proposition offered to anyone who stood in their way: a judge, a politician, a police commander, a journalist. You would be approached quietly. You would be offered a choice. You could accept plata, silver, a bribe, often a sum of money so large it would change your life and the lives of your family forever. You would look the other way. You would misplace a file. You would grant a favor. Or you could choose plomo, lead, a bullet. If you refused the bribe, you would not be threatened. You would not be warned again. You, and often your family, would be killed. It was a cold, binary choice, a brutal but incredibly effective policy. Imagine being a judge, an honest man trying to uphold the law, and being faced with this choice. The immense pressure, the terror. Many took the silver. Who could blame them? Those who chose the lead, those who bravely stood for the rule of law, paid the ultimate price. The 1980s in Colombia saw the systematic assassination of hundreds of public figures, government ministers, presidential candidates, Supreme Court justices, police chiefs, and journalists who dared to speak out. Their lives were brutally cut short, a constant horrifying reminder of who held the real power. This was the empire Pablo Escobar built, a global corporation rooted in chemistry and logistics and cemented with a foundation of fear. He had gone from a boy who stole tombstones to a man who could order the death of a nation's minister of justice. He had more money than he could count, more power than any criminal in history. He was the undisputed king of a shadow industry that stretched from the jungles of Peru to the streets of Miami and Los Angeles. He had built a fortress of wealth and terror. But inside this fortress, the boy from Rionegro still existed, and he craved something that his billions could not buy, and his bullets could not secure. He craved respect. He craved legitimacy. He remembered his mother's words, her dream that he might one day be president. And so, Pablo Escobar, the world's greatest narco-trafficker, decided to step out of the shadows and into the light. He would try to become a man of the people, a savior, a saint, a decision that would lead him into a direct and bloody war with the very state he had sought to control. But for now, all is quiet. The hum of the phantom airplanes has faded. The sharp smell of the jungle labs has dissipated on the wind. There is only the stillness of the present moment. The immense, violent machinery of the cartel is just a story, a distant echo. Allow yourself to feel the comfort of the here and now, the peace of your own quiet space. Breathe in and drift. The story will continue when you are ready. Segment 3, Narco Saint, Between Love and Terror. A man can have all the money in the world, enough to bury in the ground, enough to wallpaper his homes, enough to lose track of. But for a man like Pablo Escobar, for the boy who listened to his mother's ambitions, wealth was merely a tool. It was the means to an end. And the end he sought was something far more elusive than money. He sought adoration. He sought legitimacy. He sought to become a figure of history, a name that would be spoken with respect, not just fear. He set out to consciously and methodically build a myth around himself, the myth of the Paisa Robin Hood. To understand this myth, you must first imagine the world he was operating in. Imagine the city of Medellín in the 1970s and early 80s. While immense wealth flowed into the city's upper echelons, vast segments of the population lived in abject poverty. The most dramatic example of this was the Moravia Municipal Garbage Dump. Picture it in your mind, a mountain of refuse sprawling over acres, a landscape made of the city's cast-off things. Here, in the shadow of this mountain, a community of thousands had taken root. People lived in shacks made of cardboard, scrap wood, and corrugated tin. Children played amidst the filth, breathing the toxic air that rose from the decomposing waste. The smell was overpowering, a constant presence. When it rained, the garbage would liquefy into a black, foul-smelling sludge that would flood their makeshift homes. There was no sanitation, no clean water, no hope. This was a place forgotten by the state, invisible to the city's elite. It was here that Pablo Escobar saw his greatest opportunity. He arrived not as a drug lord, but as a benefactor. He walked through the slum, spoke to the people, and made them a promise. He promised to lead them out of this wasteland. And unlike the politicians who had made empty promises for decades, Escobar delivered. On a large tract of land he had purchased, he began a massive construction project. He built an entire neighborhood from scratch. Not shacks, but solid brick houses. Hundreds of them, each with electricity, with running water, with a real roof. He built a school for the children, a church for the faithful, and playgrounds for them to feel the simple joy of childhood away from the filth. He gave these homes away for free to the people who had lived on the garbage dump. Imagine the feeling of a family, a mother with her children, stepping out of a cardboard shack for the last time. Imagine them walking into a home with solid walls, a floor beneath their feet, a light that turns on with the flick of a switch, and a tap that produces clean water. The gratitude they felt was boundless, primal. It was a form of devotion. They didn't care where the money came from. They only knew who had saved them. The neighborhood was named in their honor, Barrio Pablo Escobar. In the center of it, a sign was erected which read, "Welcome to a neighborhood of peace." To this day, many of the homes have portraits of Escobar hanging on their walls. He is not a monster to them. He is a saint. This was his strategy, repeated across Medellín. He poured his narco wealth into the communities that the state had abandoned. He built dozens of soccer fields, the canchas, complete with lights for playing at night. In a country obsessed with soccer, this was an act of profound connection. These fields became the centers of community life, places where young men could dream of glory instead of crime. He sponsored local teams, providing them with uniforms and equipment. He built health clinics and funded food programs. He would drive through the poor neighborhoods in a caravan of cars, handing out stacks of cash to anyone who approached him. He became a folk hero. The people loved him. They protected him. When the police or army came searching for him, the eyes and ears of the barrios were his early warning system. No stranger could enter without being noticed, without a message being passed along. His charity had bought him the most effective security system imaginable, the loyalty of the people. With this foundation of popular support, he decided to take the next logical step. He wanted to translate his unofficial power into official power. He decided to enter politics. In 1982, he ran for a seat in Colombia's Congress. He didn't run on a platform of legalizing drugs. He ran as a populist, a man of the people, an enemy of the corrupt wealthy elites in Bogotá, who, he claimed, had kept the country down. His rallies were massive spectacles. He would arrive by helicopter, cheered by thousands of adoring supporters. He won the election easily, becoming an alternate member of the Chamber of Representatives. Imagine that moment of triumph. Pablo Emilio Escobar Gaviria, the boy from Rionegro, the car thief, the smuggler, the narco-trafficker, was now an honorable congressman of the Republic of Colombia. He had a diplomatic passport. He had legal immunity. He could walk the halls of power, no longer a shadow figure, but a legitimate politician. He posed for a photograph with his son in front of the White House in Washington, D.C. He had, it seemed, achieved his mother's wildest dream. He had cleaned his money and his name. But the dream was a fragile one, and it was about to be shattered. The traditional political class, the very elite he railed against, was horrified by his presence. They saw him as a cancer in the heart of their democracy. One man in particular was brave enough to challenge him directly. His name was Rodrigo Lara Bonilla, the Minister of Justice. Lara Bonilla was a young, charismatic, and fiercely idealistic politician. He began to publicly question the source of Escobar's immense wealth. He began to call him out, connecting him to the cocaine trade. The confrontation reached its peak on the floor of the Colombian Congress. Imagine the scene. The stately chamber, full of men in suits. Escobar sitting there, trying to project an aura of political respectability. And Lara Bonilla at the podium, fearlessly denouncing him, presenting evidence of his criminal past, holding up old mugshots, a newspaper article about his arrest years earlier for drug possession. It was a moment of absolute public humiliation. Escobar, the powerful El Doctor, the beloved Robin Hood, was exposed in the nation's highest political body as a common criminal. The other politicians, emboldened by Lara Bonilla, voted to strip him of his congressional seat and his immunity. He was cast out of the legitimate world he had so desperately wanted to join. The rejection was total. The door to legitimacy had been slammed shut in his face. And in that moment, the loving mask of the narco saint fell away to reveal the cold, terrifying face of the narco-terrorist beneath. Pablo Escobar, the spurned politician, would now unleash a war on the Colombian state that would plunge the nation into a decade of chaos and fear. His revenge was swift and direct. On the evening of April 30th, 1984, as Rodrigo Lara Bonilla's car sat in traffic in Bogotá, two men on a motorcycle pulled up alongside it. A burst of automatic gunfire shattered the windows. The Minister of Justice was killed instantly. It was a seismic event. The narcos had crossed an invisible line. They had not just bribed or threatened a state official. They had murdered a cabinet minister in the nation's capital. It was a declaration of war. The government responded by passing the one law Escobar and the cartel feared more than any other, an extradition treaty with the United States. To the traffickers, a Colombian prison was a minor inconvenience, a place from which they could continue to run their business with bribes and influence. But an American prison was a black hole. It meant the end of their power, the end of their empire. They would be cut off, isolated and forgotten. The cartel's new motto became, "We prefer a tomb in Colombia to a jail cell in the United States." The war escalated. Escobar, in hiding, directed a campaign of terror aimed at one single goal: forcing the Colombian government to repeal the extradition treaty. His primary target became the Supreme Court, which was tasked with ruling on the treaty's constitutionality. In November 1985, one of the darkest chapters in Colombian history unfolded. A heavily armed guerrilla group known as M19 stormed the Palace of Justice in Bogotá. They took the entire Supreme Court hostage. A bloody 28-hour siege ensued as the army laid siege to the building. By the time it was over, the Palace of Justice was a smoking ruin. Nearly half of the Supreme Court justices were dead, along with dozens of soldiers, guerrillas, and civilians. The official story was that it was a guerrilla operation gone wrong, but the truth, whispered for years and later confirmed, was that Pablo Escobar had paid the M19 millions of dollars to carry out the attack. His goal was not to take hostages, but to destroy evidence. He wanted all the criminal records, all the extradition requests against him and his partners to be consumed by the flames. He had, in effect, decapitated the judicial branch of the government to save himself. From there, the violence became a part of daily life. This is the terror that lived alongside the love. Imagine living in Medellín or Bogotá during this time. The constant gnawing anxiety, the fear that any public place, a shopping mall, a quiet street, an office building, could become a target. Escobar unleashed the car bomb. It was his weapon of mass intimidation. Powerful explosives packed into vehicles and detonated in the heart of the city, aimed not at military targets, but at the civilian population, designed to create an atmosphere of pure terror, to make the people so weary of violence that they would demand the government give in. The sound of a distant explosion became a sickeningly normal part of the city's soundscape. Life was lived with a constant, low-level hum of fear. This was the other side of the coin from the man who built soccer fields. The two realities existed at the same time, in the same city. You might walk your child to a school funded by Escobar, past a memorial for the victims of an Escobar car bomb. This was his two-pronged strategy. With one hand, he offered love and support to the poor, ensuring their loyalty and protection. With the other hand, he unleashed unimaginable terror on the institutions and the people of his own country. It was a perfectly balanced campaign of chaos. He was both the beloved saint and the hated monster, and he used both personas to bend a nation to his will. The state was crippled, the people were terrified, and the extradition treaty was for a time repealed. Pablo Escobar, from his hidden sanctuary, had won. He had brought a sovereign nation to its knees. But his victory was a hollow one. He had sown so much chaos and pain that the state, with massive support from the United States, was finally forced to create a dedicated elite unit with a single purpose: to hunt him down. The war was about to become personal. The hunter was about to become the hunted, and his next move would be his most audacious yet. He would build a prison for himself, a gilded cage called La Catedral. For now, let the contradictions settle. The image of a new home and the image of a smoking ruin. The sound of children's laughter on a new soccer field and the sound of a distant siren. Let these opposing forces balance each other in your mind, and then let them fade. There is no love or terror here. There is only the quiet of your breath, in and out. Segment 4, La Catedral and the End. The war had taken its toll, not just on Pablo Escobar, but on the soul of Colombia. The car bombs, the assassinations, the daily climate of fear. It had exhausted the nation. The government, pushed to the brink, realized that the hunt for Escobar was destroying the country he was hiding in. And so they made a decision. They decided to negotiate with the king. It was a surreal negotiation. A government bargaining with its most powerful criminal. Escobar, ever the master strategist, dictated his terms from the shadows. He would agree to cease his campaign of terror. He would agree to face justice and serve time in prison. But there were conditions. The first and most important was that the new Colombian constitution would explicitly ban the extradition of its citizens. The government, weary of war, agreed. There would be no American jail cell. His second condition was even more audacious. He would not go to a normal prison. He would, he insisted, build his own. The state, in a move that signaled either ultimate pragmatism or ultimate surrender, agreed to this as well. And so, on a misty mountainside, overlooking his home city of Medellín, a new structure began to take shape. It was called, with a touch of grand irony, La Catedral, the cathedral. But it was no place of quiet worship. It was a monument to Pablo Escobar's ego, a fortress designed not to keep him in, but to keep his enemies out. Imagine a luxury compound surrounded by fences and watchtowers. But inside those fences there was no hardship. The prison featured a bar, a billiard hall, and a discotheque. There was a jacuzzi and a sauna. Outside, a waterfall cascaded into a pristine swimming pool. For his young daughter Manuela, a giant, life-sized dollhouse was constructed on the grounds. The centerpiece of the main building was a large, powerful telescope, pointed down toward the city so that Escobar could watch over his family in their apartment building miles below. His cell was not a cell, it was a suite with a circular rotating bed, a private bathroom with the finest fixtures, and a fully stocked kitchen. He chose his own guards, loyal sicarios from his own organization. The official government guards were tasked only with patrolling the outermost perimeter, effectively serving as his private security force, protecting him from rival cartels or vigilantes who might try to attack. Life inside La Catedral was not a punishment. It was a strategic, comfortable retreat. Escobar held lavish parties, importing chefs, entertainers, and women. He conducted business, meeting with his lieutenants to manage the day-to-day operations of his global cocaine empire. He was, for all intents and purposes, a king holding court in his fortified mountain castle, all under the legal sanction of the state he had brought to heel. It was the ultimate act of humiliation against the government, a constant, visible symbol of his victory. He had not been captured. He had simply chosen a new, safer headquarters. For 13 months, this farce continued. The world watched, perplexed. The Colombian people watched with a mixture of anger and resignation. But inside the walls of La Catedral, Escobar's arrogance began to fester. He believed he was completely untouchable, a law unto himself, even within his own prison. And it was this hubris that would lead to his downfall. The issue, as it so often was money. Escobar summoned two of his most important capos, his partners who managed the financial side of the business, to La Catedral. Their names were Kiko Moncada and Fernando Galeano. He accused them of stealing millions from the cartel while he was confined. An argument ensued within the walls of the luxury prison. We do not need to imagine the specific, brutal details of what happened next. It is enough to understand the consequence. The two men were executed, their bodies dismembered and burned, right there, inside the grounds of a government-sanctioned prison. It was an act of breathtaking arrogance. He had broken his own sacred rule. He had brought the violence inside the sanctuary. Word of the murders leaked out. For the Colombian government, this was a step too far. The public outcry was immense. The embarrassment on the international stage was unbearable. They could no longer pretend that La Catedral was a prison. They had to act. The president gave the order. Pablo Escobar was to be transferred immediately to a real military prison. Imagine the change in atmosphere on the mountainside. The party was over. The lazy days of billiards and wine were gone. The air grew tense. 4,000 elite Colombian army troops were mobilized. They began to surround the compound. The net was closing. But Escobar had chosen the location for La Catedral with a smuggler's foresight. He knew every trail, every gully, every shadow on that mountain as the troops prepared for their assault. In the pre-dawn hours of July 22nd, 1992, cloaked in the thick mountain fog he knew so well, Pablo Escobar did not put up a fight. He did not engage in a final bloody shootout. He simply used a hidden escape route he had built into the design, slipped past his own bribed guards, and walked out into the mist. When the troops finally stormed La Catedral, they found it empty. The king was gone. His gilded cage was open. But the world he escaped into was not the world he had once controlled. His time in La Catedral had changed the balance of power. His enemies had been emboldened. A new, terrifying force had emerged in the underworld. They called themselves Los Pepes, an acronym for Perseguidos por Pablo Escobar, the people persecuted by Pablo Escobar. Los Pepes was a shadowy vigilante army. It was funded by the rival Cali Cartel. Its members were a collection of everyone who had a vendetta against Escobar. Rival traffickers he had pushed out of the business, former associates he had betrayed, and, most powerfully, the fathers, sons, and brothers of the countless people he had ordered killed. They were a mirror image of Escobar's own organization, ruthless, well-funded, and operating completely outside the law. And they began to hunt him using his own methods. While the official search block, the elite police unit, hunted Escobar legally, Los Pepes waged a parallel war of terror. They bombed his properties. They destroyed his priceless collection of classic cars. They targeted his lawyers, his financial managers, and his sicarios. They systematically dismantled his empire, brick by bloody brick. They were turning his philosophy of plata o plomo back on him. Escobar, for the first time in his life, knew the fear that he had inflicted on so many others. His life on the run was a slow, pathetic descent. The powerful kingpin was reduced to a paranoid fugitive. He was no longer living in lavish haciendas, but scurrying between a series of nondescript safe houses in the working-class neighborhoods of Medellín. Imagine the contrast. The man who owned zoos and fleets of airplanes was now confined to small, stuffy rooms, the curtains always drawn, the air thick with the smell of stale food and fear. He grew overweight and unkempt, letting his hair and beard grow long. His world shrank to the size of these small, hidden rooms. His only contact with the outside world was often a simple radio. He was isolated. His organization was in ruins. His sicarios were being killed or were surrendering. His family, his one true vulnerability, was forced to flee Colombia, seeking asylum in other countries, only to be rejected and forced back, held in a luxury hotel in Bogotá under government protection. He was alone, and he was losing. The end came on December 2nd, 1993, one day after his 44th birthday. His loneliness and his love for his family became his fatal flaw. From his safe house, he placed a call to his son, Juan Pablo, at the hotel in Bogotá. He was desperate to speak with him, to comfort him. The search block, using radio triangulation technology supplied by the United States, had been waiting for this mistake. A long phone call. The signal locked on. Within minutes, the house was surrounded. There was no negotiation. There was no offer of surrender. Only the sound of heavy boots kicking in the door. Escobar and his last loyal bodyguard scrambled onto the adjoining rooftop, trying to escape. Imagine the scene not as a dramatic showdown, but as a final, desperate flight. A heavy, middle-aged man running across the red clay tiles of a simple urban rooftop. The sharp crackle of gunfire echoed between the buildings. It was over in seconds. Pablo Escobar, the boy from Rionegro, the king of cocaine, the man who built his own prison and brought a nation to its knees, lay fallen on a rooftop in the city that he had made his kingdom. The hunt was over. The noise and chaos that had defined his life ended in a final, abrupt silence. And so the story ends. The arc is complete. From the green hills of Antioquia, to the corridors of power, to a gilded cage on a mountain, and finally, to a lonely rooftop. An empire built on a white powder, and a river of blood, washed away in a brief volley of gunfire. What remains is the legacy, the pain and the trauma that scarred a generation. The cautionary tale of an ambition so vast it consumed everything around it, including, eventually, itself. The myth of the narco-saint, forever intertwined with the reality of the narco-terrorist. But for you here, now, that story is in the past. That world of chaos and fear is a distant echo. Feel the quiet that surrounds you, the safety of your bed, the comfort of the darkness. The world of Pablo Escobar is a story to be learned from, and then to be let go of. There are no more bargains to be made, no more empires to be built tonight. There is only rest, the gentle healing process of sleep. Allow the final images of the story to fade like old photographs. Let your mind become clear, empty, and still. Focus only on your breath, that steady, peaceful rhythm, in and out. Let it carry you away now from history, from stories, from the sound of my voice. Let it guide you into the deep, quiet, and restorative peace of a good night's sleep. Drift away. Rest now. Sleep well.